Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The autumn evening pressed itself against the round windows of Bag End like a gentle hand seeking warmth, its breath misting the glass with the first whisper of winter's approach. Inside the hobbit hole, where comfort had been elevated to an art form over many decades, the great hearth crackled with a fire that seemed to hold all the colours of Middle-earth within its dancing flames, amber like the leaves of Rivendell, crimson like the sunset over the misty mountains, and deep orange like the pumpkins that dotted the gardens of Hobbiton. Bilbo Baggins sat in his favourite armchair, a magnificent piece of craftsmanship that had moulded itself to his form over the years, its worn leather arms bearing the gentle impressions of countless evenings spent in contemplation and storytelling. The chair faced the fire at just the right angle to catch both its warmth and light, positioned with the precision that only a hobbit could achieve when it came to matters of comfort. His pipe rested between his weathered fingers, sending up lazy spirals of smoke that carried the sweet scent of old Toby, mingling with the aromatic herbs that hung in bundles from the kitchen rafters and the faint smell of beeswax from the candles that flickered in their brass holders throughout the parlour. Across from him, in a chair that was nearly identical but slightly smaller, sat Frodo, his young cousin whose dark curls caught the firelight, and whose eyes held that particular brightness that comes to those who have recently discovered the joy of a good story well told. The lad had arrived that morning with mud on his boots and adventure in his heart, having spent the day exploring the woods beyond the water, returning with pockets full of acorns and a head full of questions that only grew more numerous as the day wore on. The hobbit hole around them breathed with the accumulated comfort of generations, its circular rooms flowing one into another like the chambers of a nautilus shell, each space designed with the careful attention to detail that marked all hobbit architecture. The walls, painted in warm yellows and deep greens, were lined with bookshelves that sagged pleasantly under the weight of volumes both practical and fanciful, their leather spines worn smooth by countless readings. Maps hung in places of honour, their edges curled with age and their surfaces marked with roots both familiar and fantastical, while portraits of long-departed Bagginses gazed down, with expressions of benevolent curiosity. The kitchen, visible through the doorway that connected it to the parlour, still carried the lingering warmth and scents of the evening meal. Seed cake and honey bread, roasted vegetables from the garden, and a pot of tea that continued to steep on the hearth, its ceramic lid occasionally releasing small puffs of fragrant steam. The dining room beyond held the remnants of their feast, plates pushed aside to make room for the comfortable disorder that follows a meal shared between those who understand that good food is merely the beginning of good company. But it was here, in the parlour, where the true magic of the evening would unfold, where stories would be born from the marriage of memory and firelight, where the ordinary boundaries between the possible and the impossible would blur like the edges of dreams. The room itself seemed to lean in with anticipation, its shadows deepening in the corners while the fire painted everything in warm, golden hues that made even the most mundane objects, the brass fire irons, the stack of books on the side table, the half-finished embroidery draped over the chair arm, seem touched with an otherworldly significance. Frodo shifted in his chair, the leather creaking softly, a sound that spoke of countless evenings just like this one, evenings when stories had been shared and wisdom passed down like a treasured heirloom from one generation to the next. His eyes, bright with curiosity and the reflection of flames, fixed themselves upon his older cousin with an expectancy that was both patient and urgent, the particular look of someone who knows that something wonderful is about to begin but is willing to wait for it to unfold in its own time. "Tell me about the dragons, Bilbo," Frodo said at last, his voice soft enough not to disturb the evening's peace. but clear enough to carry across the space between them. The words hung in the air for a moment, mingling with the smoke from Bilbo's pipe and the gentle crackling of the fire, before settling into the room like guests who had been expected all along. Bilbo's eyes crinkled at the corners, deepening the lines that years of laughter and wonder had etched into his face, and he drew slowly on his pipe, the tobacco glowing like a tiny star in the bowl. The request was not unexpected. Indeed, it was one that had been growing in the air between them all day, ever since Frodo had returned from his wanderings with tales of strange shapes glimpsed in the clouds and shadows that seemed to move with purpose through the forest. The young hobbit's imagination, always active, had been particularly stirred by something he had seen or thought he had seen, some trick of light and shadow that had reminded him of the old stories, the dangerous and beautiful tales that lived in the margins of respectable hobbit society. "Dragons," Bilbo repeated, the word rolling off his tongue like honey mixed with smoke, sweet and mysterious and faintly dangerous. He settled back in his chair, his eyes growing distant as if he were looking not at the fire before him, but at fires that had burned in ages past, in places far from the comfortable safety of the Shire. Now there's a subject that could keep us talking until the sun rises and the roosters crow, and still we'd have barely scratched the surface of all there is to tell. The fire seemed to pulse in response to the word, its flames leaping higher for a moment as if eager to participate in the tale that was about to unfold. Outside, the wind picked up, sending the last leaves of autumn skittering across the path that led to the round green door, their scratching sound like the whisper of ancient voices carrying news from distant lands and forgotten times. Frodo pulled his feet up under him, wrapping himself in the soft woolen blanket that had been draped over the back of his chair, transforming himself into a cosy bundle that was all eyes and attention. The movement was unconscious, the natural response of someone preparing to be transported to another time and place, someone getting ready to step outside the familiar boundaries of home and venture into the vast and dangerous world that lay beyond the borders of the Shire. But which dragon should we speak of? Bilbo mused, his voice taking on the cadence of the born storyteller, that particular rhythm that can make even the most ordinary tale feel like an epic and the most fantastic story seem as real as the chair you're sitting in. There are dragons of fire and dragons of ice, dragons that swim in the depths of the sea, and dragons that soar among the stars. There are dragons so vast that they could swallow mountains, and dragons so small and clever that they could hide in your pocket and whisper secrets in your ear. He paused to relight his pipe, the match flaring briefly in the dim room, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed for a moment to take the shapes of great wings and serpentine necks before settling back into the ordinary shadows of a hobbit's parlour. The ritual of lighting the pipe was one that Bilbo had performed thousands of times, but tonight it felt different, more ceremonial, as if he were lighting not just tobacco, but the very fires of memory and imagination. There are the great dragons of legend, of course, he continued, the smoke from his pipe weaving itself into patterns that seemed almost deliberate, as if the tobacco itself were trying to contribute to the story. The fire drakes of the north, the cold drakes that brought winter in their wake, and the great worms of Morgoth that were bred in the pits of Angband in the days when the world was young and darkness walked openly upon the earth. Frodo's eyes widened at the mention of these names, words that carried with them the weight of ages and the echo of battles fought in times so distant that they seemed more like dreams than history. Morgoth, Angband. These were names that appeared in the old songs and the oldest books, names that belonged to the elder days when the world was a larger stranger, more dangerous place than the comfortable Shire of their present moment. The fire crackled and spat, sending up a shower of sparks that climbed toward the chimney like tiny stars seeking their way back to the sky. And in that moment the boundary between story and reality seemed to thin, as if the very act of speaking these names had opened a door between the present and the past, between the small, safe world of Bag End and the vast tapestry of Middle-earth's long and turbulent history. But perhaps, Bilbo said, his voice dropping to a more intimate tone, the voice of an uncle sharing secrets with a beloved nephew. We should begin not with the greatest and most terrible of the dragons, but with something closer to home, something that touches our own small corner of the world. For you see, my dear Frodo, dragons are not just creatures of legend and distant history. They are part of the very fabric of the world we live in, woven into the stories that shape our understanding of courage and greed, of wisdom and folly, of the prices we pay for the treasures we seek. He leaned forward in his chair, the leather creaking softly, and the firelight caught his face in a way that made him look both younger and older than his years, as if the act of storytelling had awakened something in him that transcended the ordinary boundaries of time. His eyes, usually so gentle and amused, held a depth that spoke of experiences that went far beyond the comfortable routine of hobbit life, experiences that had left their mark in ways both visible and hidden. "You know, of course, that I have met a dragon," he said simply, and the words fell into the room like stones dropped into still water, creating ripples that seemed to expand far beyond their simple meaning. It was not a boast or a dramatic revelation, merely a statement of fact, delivered in the same tone one might use to comment on the weather or the quality of the evening's tea. But for all its casual delivery, the statement transformed the atmosphere of the room, adding a weight and reality to what had moments before been merely the promise of stories to come. Frodo nodded, though his knowledge of his cousin's adventure was still fragmentary, built from hints and half-told tales, from the looks that passed between the older hobbits when they thought he wasn't listening, and from the way conversation sometimes stopped when he entered a room. He knew that Bilbo had travelled far from the Shire, had walked in lands where the grass was not green and the sky was not always blue, had seen mountains that scratched the belly of the clouds and valleys that plunged deeper than wells. But the details of those travels remained tantalizingly vague, protected by Bilbo's characteristic reluctance to speak of his own deeds and by the comfortable hobbit assumption that adventures, while occasionally necessary, were not the sort of thing one discussed at length in polite society. His name was Smaug, Bilbo continued, and even spoken softly in the comfort of his own parlour, the name seemed to carry with it an echo of vast spaces and terrible heat, of gold melted and reformed by dragonfire, of the sound of great wings beating in the darkness of underground halls. Smaug the mighty, Smaug the impenetrable, Smaug the unassailable, though as it turned out, he was not quite so unassailable as he liked to believe. The fire seemed to settle lower in the grate, its flames becoming steadier and more hypnotic, as if it too were preparing to listen to the tale that was about to unfold. The room around them seemed to grow quieter. The small sounds of the evening, the settling of timbers, the whisper of wind around the eaves, the distant hooting of an owl in the party tree, fading into a background hush that was not quite silence, but something deeper and more expectant. "But before we speak of Smaug," Bilbo said, his voice taking on the rhythm of the professional storyteller, the cadence that could hold an audience spellbound for hours, "we must speak of dragons in general, of what they are and where they come from, of their nature and their purpose in the great song that is the history of Middle-earth. For dragons, you see, are not just large, dangerous animals. They are something far more significant and far more terrible. They are desire made manifest, greed given form and fire and wings." He drew on his pipe again, the tobacco glowing like a miniature dragon's eye in the bowl, and the smoke that emerged seemed to take shapes in the air, serpentine forms that twisted and coiled before dissipating into the general haze that hung about the ceiling beams. The herbs hanging from those beams, thyme and rosemary, sage and lavender, released their own subtle fragrances as the rising heat touched them, creating a complex bouquet that seemed to transport the senses to gardens and wild places, to the edge of forests where civilization met the unknown. "They were not made in the beginning," he continued, his voice weaving itself into the pattern of light and shadow, smoke and scent that filled the room. "Dragons came later, born from the corruption of the music, shaped by malice, and fed on the discord that crept into the world when the great song was first marred by the rebellion of Melkor. They are creatures of appetite, my dear Frodo, an endless appetite that can never be satisfied, no matter how much gold they hoard or how many kingdoms they lay waste to. Frodo shifted again in his chair, pulling the blanket more tightly around himself. Not from cold, but from the instinctive need for comfort that comes when one hears of things that are both fascinating and frightening. The concept of endless appetite, of desire that could never be satisfied, was one that spoke to something deep in the Hobbit understanding of the world. For hobbits, despite their love of comfort and good food, understood better than most the importance of knowing when one had enough. And yet, Bilbo added, his tone growing more thoughtful, they are also magnificent in their way, terrible and beautiful and utterly uncompromising in their dedication to their own nature. There is something almost admirable in their single-minded pursuit of their desires, something that speaks to the part of us that sometimes grows tired of compromise and accommodation, that dreams of burning away all the small hesitations and polite considerations that hem us in and living with the pure intensity of flame. The fire popped and hissed, sending up another shower of sparks, and for a moment the shadows on the walls seemed to writhe and dance with a life of their own, as if the very act of speaking about dragons had awakened some echo of their presence in the world. The comfortable parlour of Bag End, so solid and respectable and thoroughly domestic, seemed suddenly to contain vast spaces and distant dangers, as if the words themselves had the power to transform the familiar into the extraordinary. "But I'm getting ahead of myself," Bilbo said with a chuckle, the sound warm and reassuring in the dragon-haunted air of the room. "Stories, like good meals, should be savoured in their proper order, each course building upon the last until the final satisfaction is achieved. And our story tonight begins not with Smaug, magnificent though he was, but with the first and perhaps the greatest of all dragons, the one they called Glaurung, the father of dragons, the golden, the worm of Morgoth." He settled back in his chair, his pipe drawing well, his eyes reflecting the firelight like small flames themselves, and prepared to lead his young cousin on a journey through time and legend, through the vast and dangerous history of Middle-earth, where dragons swam through the air like fish through water, and the very mountains trembled at their passing. Outside, the night deepened and the stars emerged one by one, cold and distant points of light that had looked down upon the world since its beginning, witnesses to all the stories that had ever been told and all the dreams that had ever been dreamed. Inside Bag End, two hobbits sat by their fire and prepared to explore the ancient mysteries of flame and scale, of greed and courage, of the prices paid for gold and the true nature of treasure. The flames in the hearth seemed to deepen as Bilbo spoke the name of Glaurung, as if the very fire recognised the kinship between its dancing tongues and the ancient breath of the father of dragons. The light shifted and flickered across the walls of the parlour, casting shadows that moved with a life of their own, transforming the familiar curves and corners of the hobbit hole into something that seemed to stretch back through the ages, back to the elder days when the world was young, and the very foundations of Middle-earth were still being shaped by powers that no hobbit could fully comprehend. Frodo pulled his blanket closer around his shoulders, not from cold, but from the delicious shiver that comes when one stands at the threshold of a great tale, ready to step from the comfortable present into the vast and dangerous territories of legend. His eyes never left his cousin's face, watching the play of firelight across those familiar features that seemed now to hold depths he had never noticed before, as if the act of storytelling had awakened in Bilbo something that transcended the ordinary boundaries of their quiet shire existence. "Glaurung," Bilbo repeated, letting the name roll slowly from his tongue, tasting each syllable as if it were some exotic vintage that required careful appreciation. "The Golden! The first of the fire drakes, born in the darkness of Angband when Morgoth's malice had grown great enough to give form and substance to his hatred of all things fair and growing. But to understand Glaurung, my dear Frodo, we must first understand the world into which he was born, the elder days when the earth itself was different, more alive somehow, more aware of the great drama being played out upon its stage." He paused to draw upon his pipe, the tobacco glowing like a tiny star in the bowl, and the smoke that emerged seemed to weave itself into patterns in the air between them, serpentine shapes that coiled and twisted before dissolving into the general haze that hung beneath the low ceiling beams. The herbs that dried there, sage and thyme, rosemary and mint, released their fragrances as the warm air touched them, creating a complex bouquet that seemed to carry whispers of ancient gardens and wild places where civilization had never set its ordered hand. In those days, he continued, his voice taking on the rhythm of the traditional storyteller, the cadence that could hold listeners spellbound through the longest winter nights, the very light of the world was different. The sun and moon had not yet been kindled, and the illumination that fell upon Middle-earth came from the 2 trees of Valinor, Telperion the white, and Laurelin the gold, whose light was older and deeper, and somehow more alive than anything we know in these later days. Under that mingled radiance of silver and gold, the Elder built their first great cities, places of such beauty that even the memory of them brings tears to the eyes of those who remember. Frodo could almost see it as Bilbo spoke, that world of the Elder days painted in silver and gold, where elven cities rose like songs given form and where the very air itself seemed to shimmer with possibility. It was a vision that made the comfortable world of the Shire, beloved though it was, seem somehow smaller and more recent, a pleasant afterthought in the great sweep of Middle-earth's history, rather than the solid centre of all existence that he had always imagined it to be. But into that world of wonder came the shadow of Morgoth. Bilbo's voice grew softer, more serious, carrying the weight of ancient sorrows. Called Melkor in the beginning, the mightiest of the Valar, who had turned his back on the music of creation and sought instead to impose his own will upon the world, to remake it according to his own dark vision. From his fortress of Angband in the north, a place of such horror that even now, ages after its destruction, the very ground where it stood remains barren and cursed, he sent forth his armies to challenge the growing light of Valinor. The fire in the grate seemed to pulse in response to these words, its flames taking on deeper hues, reds that spoke of battlefields and oranges that whispered of cities burning in the night. Outside, the wind had picked up, sending the last autumn leaves skittering across the windows of Bag End, their scratching sound like the whisper of ancient voices carrying news from distant battlefields and long-lost kingdoms. And it was in those pits of Angband, in chambers carved from the living rock and lit by fires that knew no warmth, only malice, that Glaurung was wrought. Bilbo continued, his words painting pictures in the smoke-hazed air of the parlour. Not born as natural creatures are born, but made, crafted with deliberate malevolence from the corruption of the music itself. Imagine, if you can, the first stirring of that magnificent and terrible consciousness, awakening not to love or wonder as all creatures should, but a hunger and hatred and a burning need to possess everything upon which his golden eyes might fall. Frodo shifted in his chair, trying to imagine such a birth, such an awakening, and finding the concept both fascinating and deeply disturbing. In the Shire, all creatures were born into families, surrounded by love and care and the gentle wisdom of their elders. The idea of a consciousness awakening alone, surrounded by malice and shaped by hatred, seemed to him one of the saddest and most frightening things he had ever heard. Yet Glaurung was no mere beast, no simple weapon to be wielded by his dark master. Bilbo's voice took on a note of reluctant admiration. Dragons, you see, are not like other creatures of shadow. They possess intelligence, cunning, and a terrible kind of wisdom all their own. Glaurung could speak, and his words were perhaps more dangerous than his fire, for he had the gift of seeing into the hearts of others and using their own desires and fears against them. He was a master of what the wise call dragon spell, the ability to weave truth and falsehood together so skillfully that his victims would believe anything he told them, would doubt their own memories and follow his suggestions into ruin. The hobbit hole around them seemed to lean in closer as Bilbo spoke, the comfortable walls pressing near as if the very structure of Bag End were trying to protect its inhabitants from the power of such words. The books on their shelves, the maps on the walls, the familiar domestic objects scattered about the room, all seemed to huddle together like sheep seeking protection from a wolf they could sense but could not see. His first great emergence from Angband was a thing of terror and wonder, Bilbo continued, his voice painting the scene with words as vivid as brushstrokes. The elves of Beleriand had grown perhaps too comfortable in their beautiful cities, too confident in their strength and wisdom. They had forgotten, some of them, that evil could take forms they had never imagined, could strike from directions they had never thought to guard. And so, when Glaurung came forth like a moving mountain of gold and flame, when the very ground trembled beneath his weight and the air itself caught fire in his wake, they were unprepared for the magnitude of the destruction he brought. Frodo could see it in his mind's eye, that first terrible appearance of the Father of Dragons, emerging from the darkness of Angband like a nightmare made manifest. He tried to imagine the horror of those who witnessed it, the way their comfortable world would have been transformed in an instant from a place of beauty and security into something fraught with danger and uncertainty. Yet even then, even in that first terrible manifestation of his power, there were those who stood against him. Bilbo's tone lightened slightly, carrying notes of pride and hope that cut through the darkness of the tale. For courage, you see, is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act rightly in spite of it. The elven lords Fingon and Maedhros led their people in a great charge against the dragon, and though many fell in that battle, though the grass of Ardgarlan was burned black and remained so for generations, they succeeded in driving Glaurung back to his master's halls. The fire crackled approvingly, sending up a shower of sparks that climbed toward the chimney, like stars seeking their way back to the sky, and Frodo felt his heart lift at this turn in the tale. Even in stories of such ancient terror, it seemed, there was room for heroism and hope, for the kind of courage that could face even dragons and not be entirely overcome. But dragons, as I have learned to my cost, are patient creatures, Bilbo chuckled, a sound that carried both amusement and hard-won wisdom. They can afford to wait, you see, for time means little to them. Where we might grow old and die in a handful of decades, they measure their lives in centuries and millennia, brooding over their treasures and their grievances with a patience that would shame the mountains themselves. He reached for the teapot that sat warming by the hearth, pouring himself a fresh cup with the careful attention that hobbits give to such important rituals. The liquid steamed gently in the firelight, its surface reflecting the dancing flames like a miniature pool that held all the colours of autumn within its depths. And so Glaurung waited, and grew, and learned, Bilbo continued after taking a thoughtful sip of his tea. For 200 years he remained in the shadows of Angband, growing ever larger and more terrible. While above ground, the elves rebuilt their cities and tried to forget the lesson of his first appearance. They told themselves, perhaps, that the danger had passed, that the defeat they had inflicted upon him had been more complete than it truly was. It is a common failing, this tendency to believe that a problem solved once will stay solved forever. Frodo nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the truth of this observation, even in his own limited experience. How often had he seen hobbits make the same mistake, assuming that because they had dealt with some difficulty, a broken fence perhaps, or a dispute with a neighbour, it would never trouble them again, only to find themselves surprised when similar problems arose in new forms. When Glaurung emerged again, it was with the full fury of the Deg or Bragolach, the battle of sudden flame. Bilbo's voice grew heavy with the weight of ancient tragedy. This time he was not alone, but came with armies of orcs and balrogs, with wolves and other creatures of darkness, in an assault that broke the very mountains and changed the face of Middle-earth forever. The siege lines that the elves had maintained around Angband for 400 years were shattered in a single day, and Glaurung himself led the charge that broke the heart of their resistance. The room seemed to grow darker as he spoke, the fire burning lower in the grate, its flames more subdued as if they too were affected by the weight of the tale. Outside the night had deepened, and the windows of Bag End looked out onto a world where darkness pressed close against the glass, held at bay only by the warm light that spilled from within. Fingolfin himself, the High King of the Noldor, rode out in his despair to challenge Morgoth to single combat. Bilbo's voice carried a note of deep respect, the admiration of one who understood the true meaning of courage. Can you imagine it, Frodo? One elf, however mighty, riding alone to the gates of Angband to face the greatest of the Valar in his wrath. It was a deed of such desperate nobility that even Morgoth's servants paused in their work to witness it, and though Fingolfin fell at last, he wounded his enemy so grievously that Morgoth limped ever after, and the mark of that wound troubled him until the end of the world. Frodo felt tears prick at his eyes, moved by the image of that lone rider facing impossible odds, not for any hope of victory, but simply because it was the right thing to do, because someone had to make the gesture even if it cost them everything. It was the kind of story that spoke to something deep in the Hobbit heart, the understanding that sometimes the most important victories are won not by those who succeed, but by those who simply refuse to give in. But Glaurung's hour of greatest darkness was yet to come, Bilbo said softly, his voice now barely above a whisper, forcing Frodo to lean forward in his chair to catch every word. For it was he who would bring down the hidden city of Nargothrond, the most beautiful of all the elven realms, and it was through his malice and cunning that the house of Hurin would be brought to ruin and despair. The fire had burned very low now, its flames barely visible above the glowing coals, and the parlour was filled with shadows that seemed to press close around the two hobbits, like curious listeners drawn by the power of the tale. The comfortable domestic space had been transformed by words and firelight into something that seemed to stretch back through time, connecting the present moment to the ancient sorrows and glories of the elder days. "But that," Bilbo said, straightening slightly in his chair and reaching to add another log to the fire, "is a tale for another part of our evening, when the night has grown deeper and our hearts are prepared for darker waters. For now, let us pause and let the fire build itself up again, and perhaps you would like another cup of tea before we venture further into the shadows of the past." Frodo nodded gratefully, realizing that he had been holding his breath without knowing it, so caught up in the tale that he had forgotten the simple pleasure of breathing. As Bilbo busied himself with the tea things, the younger hobbit settled back in his chair and watched the new log catch fire, its flames climbing higher and brighter, pushing back the shadows and restoring the comfortable warmth to their little sanctuary against the darkness of the outside world. The new log had caught well, its flames dancing higher and brighter than before, casting a warm golden glow throughout the parlour that seemed to push back not only the darkness of the night, but also the shadows of the ancient sorrows that had begun to gather in the corners of the room. Bilbo settled back into his chair with his fresh cup of tea, the delicate china warm against his palms, and watched as Frodo arranged himself more comfortably beneath his blanket, the young hobbit's eyes bright with anticipation and just a touch of apprehension at what was to come. "The tale of Nargothrond," Bilbo began, his voice carrying the weight of deep sadness mixed with wonder, "is one of the most beautiful and tragic in all the long history of Middle-earth. It speaks to something that we hobbits understand well, I think, the desire for home, for a place of safety and beauty where one can live in peace and watch the world grow green around them. But it also teaches us about the prices we pay for isolation, for the belief that we can shut out the darkness of the world by building our walls high enough and strong enough." The fire crackled approvingly, sending up small sparks that climbed toward the chimney like messengers carrying news to the stars, and the warm light played across the familiar objects of the parlour, the books with their worn leather bindings, the maps with their carefully traced routes, the comfortable clutter of a life lived in appreciation of small pleasures and simple comforts. Yet somehow, in the context of the tale that was unfolding, even these familiar things seemed to carry deeper significance, as if they were not just the possessions of one elderly hobbit, but symbols of everything that civilization meant, everything that was worth protecting from the hungry darkness that prowled at the edges of the world. "Nargothrond was built in the caverns beneath the river Narog," Bilbo continued, his words painting pictures in the smoke-hazed air between them. Deep halls carved from the living stone, their walls polished smooth as glass and hung with lamps that burned with a light almost as pure as that of the two trees themselves. The elves who dwelt there had learned much from the destruction of their earlier cities, had decided that perhaps the safest refuge was one that could not be seen from above, that could not draw the jealous attention of enemies who coveted their beauty and their craft. Frodo could imagine it as Bilbo spoke, that underground palace carved from stone and lit by imperishable flames, a place where beauty and safety walked hand in hand through halls that echoed with music and learning. It seemed to him a perfect solution to the problem of living in a dangerous world, simply remove oneself from that world, create a sanctuary so hidden and protected that no harm could ever find it. Their king was Finrod Felagund, who many called the Faithful, and he was perhaps the wisest and most far-seeing of all the Noldorin princes. Bilbo's voice carried deep respect and affection, the tone one uses when speaking of someone whose memory is treasured. He alone among the elven lords had travelled in secret lands, had walked beneath strange stars and learned that the world was larger and more complex than even the wise of Valinor had imagined. In his halls, he welcomed not only his own people, but any who came seeking refuge, and his hospitality became legendary even in that age of wonders. The hobbit paused to sip his tea, and in that moment of silence Frodo could almost hear the echo of that ancient hospitality, could imagine the great doors of Nargothrond opening to welcome travellers who had journeyed far through darkness and danger to find sanctuary in those hidden halls. It was a vision that spoke to everything that hobbits held dear, the offering of comfort to the weary, the sharing of food and warmth and safety with those who had need of them. But into this sanctuary came strangers bearing a tale that would change everything, Bilbo continued, his voice growing more serious. 2 men of a race that the elves had heard rumoured but never seen, tall and proud and bearing the marks of long hardship upon their faces. Their names were Barahir and his son Beren, and they carried with them news of a great defeat in the north, of the destruction of their homeland and the death of their kin. They sought not permanent refuge, but only aid in a quest that seemed to all who heard it to be nothing more than a beautifully elaborate form of suicide. Frodo leaned forward in his chair, caught up in the tale despite its tragic undertones. There was something about the mention of a quest, of brave souls setting out against impossible odds, that stirred something deep in his hobbit heart. Some echo of the wandering spirit that had always set certain members of his family apart from their more sedentary neighbours. The quest of the Silmaril, Bilbo said simply, and even spoken quietly in the comfortable parlour of Bag End. The words seemed to carry weight and power, as if they were not just sounds but things of substance that could alter the very air through which they moved. Beren loved Luthien, the daughter of Thingol, the most beautiful of all the children of Ilúvatar, and her father had set him a bride price that no mortal man could hope to pay. One of the 3 Silmarils that Morgoth had stolen from the 2 trees, the holy jewels that contained within their crystal hearts the very light of Valinor itself. The fire seemed to pulse in sympathy with the tale, its flames taking on deeper hues as if trying to reflect some echo of that ancient light, that fire which had illuminated the world before the sun and moon were kindled in the sky. Outside, the night pressed close against the windows of Bag End, but inside the parlour it was as if the very air had become charged with possibility, with the sense that they were not just hearing a story, but witnessing the unfolding of events that had shaped the world itself. Finrod was bound by an oath to aid Barahir's house, bound by promises made in friendship and sealed with the giving of his ring. Bilbo's voice carried the weight of ancient loyalties, of commitments that transcended the ordinary concerns of safety and prudence. And so he prepared to leave his beautiful city, to venture forth into danger for the sake of a quest that his own people thought mad, and his own wisdom warned him was doomed. But that is the nature of true kingship, is it not? To place duty above desire, to honour one's word even when the cost is greater than any reasonable person would be willing to pay. Frodo nodded, understanding instinctively the weight of such decisions, even if he had never faced anything more momentous than choosing between seed cake and honey bread for his 11s. There was something in the hobbit nature that responded to tales of loyalty and sacrifice, to stories of those who kept their word even when doing so led them into darkness and danger. But Finrod's nephew, Celegorm, and his brother Curufin were guests in Nargothrond at that time. Bilbo's tone grew darker, carrying hints of treachery and discord. They bore the curse of the oath they had sworn to recover the Silmarils, an oath that had already brought ruin to much that was fair and noble in Middle-earth. They spoke against the quest, not from wisdom, but from their own dark purposes, turning the people of Nargothrond against their king with words that seemed reasonable, but carried poison in their heart. The comfortable parlour seemed to grow cooler as Bilbo spoke of this betrayal, the fire burning lower as if it too were affected by the tale of treachery and broken trust. Frodo pulled his blanket more closely around himself, sensing that they were approaching the heart of the tragedy, the moment when all the beauty and safety of Nargothrond would begin to crumble beneath the weight of choices both good and ill. And so Finrod went forth with only a small company, leaving his city in the hands of those who had already begun to forget the wisdom that had kept them safe for so long, Bilbo continued, his voice heavy with the weight of foreshadowing. They disguised themselves as orcs and crept through the dark lands toward Angband, but their deception could not last forever. Sauron, who was then Morgoth's greatest lieutenant, caught them in his nets and brought them as prisoners to his fortress of Tolin Galhoth, the Isle of Werewolves in the River Sirion. Frodo shuddered at the mention of that name, for even in the comfortable safety of the Shire, the name of Sauron carried power and terror. To think of the wise King Finrod falling into such hands, of all his noble plans coming to ruin in the darkness of that cursed isle, filled the young hobbit with a sorrow that seemed to reach back across the ages to touch the very heart of tragedy. There in the dungeons of Tolin Galhoth, Finrod fought his last battle. Bilbo's voice grew soft with reverence, not with sword or spear, but with song and will, matching his power against Sauron's in a contest of riddles and verses that shook the very foundations of the fortress. Back and forth the challenge went, Finrod singing of the light of Valinor and the glory of the undying lands, while Sauron answered with songs of darkness and betrayal, of the futility of hope and the certainty of defeat. The fire crackled and spat, sending up a shower of sparks that seemed to carry with them echoes of that ancient contest, and for a moment the parlour of Bag End seemed to expand beyond its normal boundaries, becoming a place where the past and present touched, and the very air rang with the memory of songs that had the power to shape the fate of the world. In the end, Sauron's power proved the greater, but not before Finrod had hidden the true names and purposes of his companions beneath such veils of confusion that even the Dark Lord could not penetrate them, Bilbo continued. One by one, the members of the company were devoured by werewolves in the darkness of their prison, until only Finrod and Beren remained. And when the great wolf came at last for Beren, Finrod broke his chains through the strength of his love and his loyalty, and fought the beast with his bare hands, dying to save the life of his friend. Tears ran silently down Frodo's cheeks as he listened to this tale of such noble sacrifice, of love that was stronger than chains, and loyalty that endured even unto death. In his mind he could see that dark prison, could imagine the courage it must have taken to face such a death without despair, to spend one's life so that another might live. But the tale does not end there, Bilbo said gently, perhaps sensing the depth of his young cousin's emotion. For Luthien came seeking her beloved, and with her came Huan the Hound of Valinor, and together they overthrew Sauron's power and broke the walls of his fortress. Beren was freed, and the quest continued, and though much sorrow followed in its wake, there was glory too, and a love that endured beyond the circles of the world. The fire seemed to brighten at these words, its flames leaping higher as if celebrating the triumph of love over darkness, the victory of courage over despair. Outside the wind had died away and the night was still, as if the very world were listening to the tale that unfolded within the warm circle of firelight. But Nargothrond, bereft of its king and its wisdom, began to change. Bilbo's voice grew heavy once more. Without Finrod's guidance, the people became proud and reckless, venturing forth in great armies to wage open war against Morgoth's servants. They won many victories, it is true, but each victory made them more confident, more certain of their own power, more willing to take risks that a wiser folk would have avoided. Frodo could see the pattern now, could understand how the very virtues of the Nargothrond folk, their courage, their skill in war, their love of their hidden city, had been turned against them by their own pride, and the absence of the wisdom that had kept them safe for so long. It was a lesson that spoke to something deep in the hobbit understanding of the world, the knowledge that safety came not from strength alone, but from the humble wisdom to know when not to use that strength. Their new king was Orodreth, Finrod's brother, A gentle soul who lacked the force of will to restrain his people's growing boldness, Bilbo continued. And into his court came Turin Turambar, son of Hurin, bearing with him the curse of Morgoth, and all the doom that followed in his wake. Turin was a great warrior, perhaps the greatest of his age, but he was also proud and hasty, quick to anger and slow to forgive, and his counsel was always for bold action rather than patient wisdom. The name of Turin seemed to carry with it an aura of tragedy so profound that even the fire seemed to dim at its mention, the flames drawing back as if reluctant to illuminate too clearly the sorrows that were to come. Frodo felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room, a sense of impending doom that seemed to gather like storm clouds on the horizon of the tale. Under Turin's influence, the folk of Nargothrond began to fight more openly, building great bridges to speed their armies across the River Narog, abandoning the secrecy and stealth that had been their greatest protection. Bilbo's voice carried the weight of inevitable tragedy. They called themselves the Gorweth, the Wolfmen, and they struck fear into the hearts of Morgoth's servants throughout Beleriand. But in doing so, they revealed the location of their hidden city, drew the attention of powers that had until then been unaware of their existence. Frodo could see it all unfolding in his mind's eye, could understand with horrible clarity how each victory would have seemed to justify the next bold move, how each success would have made the final catastrophe seem more and more impossible. It was a tragedy born not of evil intent but of virtues misdirected, of courage unchecked by wisdom, and strength untempered by humility. And Morgoth, when he learned at last of the hidden city by the river Narog, sent forth his greatest servant to deal with this threat. Bilbo's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Glorung the Golden, the father of dragons, now grown to his full terrible majesty, came forth from Angband with an army of orcs and other fell creatures, but it was the dragon himself who was the true weapon, the power that would break the strength of Nargothrond as easily as a child might break a flower. The fire had burned very low now, its flames barely visible above the glowing coals, and the parlour was filled with shadows that seemed to press close around the two hobbits, like the wings of some great dark bird. The comfortable domestic space had been transformed once again by words and firelight into something that seemed to stretch back through time, connecting the present moment to the ancient sorrows and terrors of the elder days. The battle was brief and terrible, Bilbo continued, his voice painting the scene with words as vivid as brushstrokes. The warriors of Nargothrond rode forth to meet their doom, with banners flying and horns sounding, and for a moment it seemed as if their courage might prevail, as if the very nobility of their sacrifice might turn aside the darkness that came against them. But dragons are not defeated by courage alone, and Glaurung's fire consumed their ranks like summer lightning consuming dry grass. Frodo closed his eyes, trying not to see too clearly the images that Bilbo's words conjured, the vision of brave warriors riding to certain death beneath the shadow of dragon wings. Yet even in his horror, he could not help but feel a deep respect for those who had chosen to face such odds, rather than abandon their city to its fate. The dragon came to the great bridge that the people of Nargothrond had built in their pride, and there he paused for a moment, as if savouring the irony that their very strength would become the instrument of their doom. Bilbo's voice carried a note of terrible sadness, for the bridge that had been built to speed their armies to victory now became the pathway by which destruction entered their hidden halls. Glaurung crossed the Narog as easily as a hobbit might cross a stream, and behind him came fire and ruin, and the end of all that had been beautiful in that place. The silence that followed these words was profound, broken only by the soft settling of coals in the grate and the distant whisper of wind around the eaves of Bag End. It was as if the very air in the room had been emptied of breath, as if the tragedy of Nargothrond's fall had sucked all the warmth and comfort from the world, leaving only the cold certainty of loss and the bitter taste of dreams turned to ash. The silence stretched between them like a bridge across deep waters, heavy with the weight of ancient sorrows and the lingering echo of Nargothrond's fall. Bilbo sat quietly in his chair, his pipe having gone out during the telling of that dark tale, the cold bowl resting forgotten in his hands as he gazed into the dying embers of the fire. The shadows had grown long and deep in the corners of the parlour, and even the familiar objects of his comfortable home seemed touched with melancholy, as if they too mourned for the beauty that had been lost in ages past. Frodo stirred slightly in his chair, pulling his blanket more closely around himself, not entirely from cold, but from the need for comfort that comes after hearing of great losses and noble sacrifices. His young heart was heavy with the tragedy of Finrod's death and the destruction of the hidden city, yet he sensed that his cousin's tale was far from over, that they had only begun to explore the long and complex history of dragons in Middle-earth. "The fire is burning low," Bilbo observed quietly, rousing himself from his contemplation. "Perhaps it is time to add another log and brew fresh tea before we continue. For the tale I would tell you next is one that touches closer to home, both literally and figuratively, and it deserves to be heard in warmth and comfort rather than in the growing chill of a dying hearth." He rose from his chair with the careful grace of one who has learned to move gently through a world filled with precious and fragile things, and busied himself with the simple domestic ritual of tending the fire. The new log caught quickly, sending up bright flames that pushed back the shadows and restored the golden glow to the parlour, while the kettle he placed upon the hob began to sing with the promise of fresh tea to come. "You see, my dear Frodo," he said as he worked, his voice taking on a different quality now, more personal somehow, tinged with the particular mixture of pride and embarrassment that comes when one is about to speak of one's own deeds. The tale of Glaurung and the dragons of the elder days might seem very distant to us here in our comfortable shire, like stories from another world entirely. But dragons, as I learned to my considerable surprise and occasional terror, did not all perish with the fall of Angband and the breaking of Morgoth's power. Frodo leaned forward eagerly in his chair, sensing that they were about to bridge the gap between the ancient legends and the more recent history that had shaped their own world. He had heard hints and whispers of Bilbo's great adventure, fragments of stories that the older hobbits sometimes shared when they thought he wasn't listening, but never the full tale told in his cousin's own words. "The last of the great fire drakes was Smaug the Mighty," Bilbo continued, settling back into his chair with a fresh cup of steaming tea warming his hands. Not bred in the pits of Angband like his predecessors, for that fortress had been broken and its master cast into the void beyond the circles of the world. No, Smaug was something different, perhaps one of the few dragons to survive the War of Wrath, or perhaps a creature that had remained hidden in the deep places of the earth while the elder days passed into memory and the world grew smaller and quieter around him. The fire crackled approvingly, its renewed flames dancing higher and casting warm light throughout the room, and Frodo found himself settling back into the comfortable rhythm of story and firelight, tea and tobacco smoke that had marked the evening from its beginning. Yet there was something different in Bilbo's voice now, a note of personal experience that had been absent from his telling of the ancient tales. He came out of the north sometime in the middle years of the Third Age, when the kingdoms of men had grown strong but perhaps a bit complacent, when the memory of the great wars had faded enough that people had begun to believe that the worst dangers of the world were safely past. Bilbo's words painted the scene with the easy confidence of one who had lived through the aftermath of such events. The kingdom under the mountain, Erebor the Lonely Mountain, was at the height of its glory then, ruled by Thror son of Dain, and the wealth of the dwarves had become legendary throughout Middle-earth. Frodo could picture it as Bilbo spoke, that great mountain standing alone on the plain, its halls carved deep into the living rock and filled with the works of dwarvish craft, the light of forge fires reflecting off walls inlaid with gold and precious stones. It seemed to him the very image of prosperity and security, a fortress that could withstand any assault, and a treasure house that could provide for its people through any hardship. But perhaps that very wealth was what drew Smaug's attention, Bilbo mused, his tone thoughtful and slightly rueful. For dragons, as I have mentioned, are creatures of appetite above all else, and there is nothing that calls to them more strongly than the gleam of gold and the whisper of precious things hidden away in darkness. The dwarves had delved deep and greedily, bringing up from the roots of the mountain treasures beyond counting, and their pride in their wealth had grown to match their hoard. The hobbit paused to draw on his pipe, which he had relit during his ministrations to the fire, and the smoke that emerged seemed to take shapes in the air between them, suggesting vast halls and towering piles of gold, the dreams of avarice made visible in wisps and curls of grey vapour. Outside, the night had grown deeper still, and the windows of Bag End looked out onto a world where darkness pressed close against the glass, held at bay only by the warm circle of light that surrounded the two storytellers. The attack came without warning, as such attacks always do. Bilbo's voice grew more serious, carrying the weight of tragedy, even though this was a tale he had not personally witnessed. Smaug descended from the northern wastes like a storm given form and malice, his wings blotting out the sun, and his roar shaking the very foundations of the mountain. The guards on the ramparts had barely time to sound their horns before the dragonfire began to fall like rain, consuming everything it touched, and turning the great gates of Erebor into rivers of molten metal. Frodo shuddered, trying to imagine the horror of such an assault, the way a single creature could bring ruin to an entire kingdom in the space of a few terrible hours. In his mind he could see the dwarven warriors rushing to the defence of their homes, their weapons and armour gleaming in the firelight, only to be overwhelmed by a force against which mortal valour could offer no meaningful resistance. The battle, if it could be called a battle, was brief and utterly one-sided, Bilbo continued, his voice heavy with sorrow for events he had not witnessed, but whose consequences he had seen with his own eyes. King Thror and most of his people managed to escape through the secret passages that the dwarves had carved for just such emergencies, but their kingdom was lost, their treasure seized, and their great halls transformed from places of craft and fellowship into the lair of a monster whose greed exceeded even that of the dwarves themselves. The fire seemed to pulse with sympathetic anger at this tale of dispossession and loss, its flames leaping higher, as if seeking to burn away the injustice of it all. Yet there was something almost hypnotic about their dance, something that spoke of the eternal struggle between creation and destruction, between the patient work of many hands and the sudden appetite of a single great hunger. For 60 years, Smaug slept upon his stolen hoard. Bilbo's voice took on the cadence of deep time, of decades passing like days in the life of creatures that measure their existence not in years but in ages. 60 years during which the grass grew over the bones of Dale, the city that had stood at the mountain's foot and shared in its prosperity. 60 years during which the lake nearby grew dark and lifeless, poisoned by the dragon's presence. 60 years during which the very name of the desolation of Smaug became a byword for ruin throughout the north. Frodo could almost see those long years passing, could imagine the slow spread of desolation outward from the mountain, like ripples from a stone cast into still water. The image filled him with a deep sadness for all the life and beauty that had been lost, all the songs that had fallen silent and all the hearths that had grown cold in the shadow of the dragon's malice. And it was into this desolation that I ventured, one autumn day not so very long ago, Bilbo said quietly, and suddenly the tale shifted from the realm of distant history into the immediate present of lived experience. I, Bilbo Baggins of Bag End, who had never travelled further from home than Mishel Delving, who had never seen a mountain larger than the hills around Hobbiton, who had never imagined that adventure was anything more than a word found in old books and older songs. The transformation in his voice was remarkable, shifting from the distant tone of the chronicler to the intimate cadence of personal memory, and Frodo found himself leaning forward eagerly, hungry for this glimpse into the experiences that had transformed his comfortable, respectable cousin into something altogether more mysterious and wonderful. "I went as a burglar, if you can imagine such a thing," Bilbo chuckled, the sound warm with self-deprecating humour. The dwarves needed someone who could move quietly and think quickly, someone small enough to slip through spaces where larger folk could not go, someone whose absence would not be remarked upon if things went badly. They certainly never expected me to face the dragon directly. Indeed, I'm not sure any of us really believed that such a confrontation would be necessary or even possible. The fire crackled and spat, sending up a shower of sparks that seemed to dance in sympathy with Bilbo's amusement at his own unlikely role in such a momentous adventure. The comfortable parlour of Bag End, with its familiar books and maps and domestic comforts, suddenly seemed to contain vast depths of hidden experience, as if the very walls had absorbed the memories of all the strange and wonderful things their owner had seen and done. The approach to the lonely mountain was sobering, Bilbo continued, his voice growing more thoughtful. For days we had been travelling through lands that showed the marks of Smaug's presence. Withered trees, blackened stones, streams that ran dark and bitter to the taste. The very air seemed thick with the memory of fire and destruction, as if the dragon's malice had soaked into the earth itself, and would never entirely fade away. Frodo could picture the scene as Bilbo described it, could imagine the small company of adventurers making their way through that blasted landscape, their hearts growing heavier with each mile as the evidence of the dragon's power accumulated around them. It seemed to him a journey not just through space, but through increasingly dangerous territory of the spirit, where hope grew thinner and courage became more precious with every step. But it was when we came within sight of the mountain itself that the true magnitude of our undertaking became clear. Bilbo's voice carried a note of awe mixed with remembered terror. Erebor stood before us like a great tombstone marking the grave of a civilization, its peak wreathed in perpetual clouds that glowed with an unhealthy red light from the fires within. No birds flew near its slopes, no animals grazed in the valleys around its base. Even the wind seemed to die away as it approached the mountain, as if the very air itself were reluctant to disturb the slumber of the monster within. The description sent a chill through Frodo that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room, a visceral understanding of what it must have felt like to approach such a place, knowing that within its depths lay a creature of such power and malevolence that its mere presence could blight the land for leagues around. He found himself unconsciously pulling his blanket more tightly around himself, seeking comfort in its familiar warmth and softness. The entrance to the mountain was hidden, of course, Bilbo continued, his voice taking on the tone of one recounting a particularly clever puzzle. The dwarves had built their secret door with such skill that even knowing where to look it was nearly impossible to detect. We spent days searching for it, following clues from an ancient map and waiting for the precise moment when the setting sun would reveal the keyhole that would admit us to the halls of our ancestors. There was something deeply satisfying about this part of the tale, Frodo thought, the way patience and cleverness and careful observation had combined to solve a problem that brute force could never have overcome. It spoke to the Hobbit appreciation for subtlety and precision, for the kind of solutions that relied on wit rather than strength. And when at last a door was opened and we stood upon the threshold of the mountain, looking down into the darkness of the great halls that had once rung with the sound of hammers and the songs of craftsmen at their work, Bilbo's voice grew soft with memory. I felt such a mixture of excitement and terror as I had never experienced before or since, for I knew that somewhere in that darkness lay Smaug the Mighty, sleeping upon his hoard like a cat upon a cushion, and that my task was to creep past him and steal a portion of his treasure without waking him to wrath. The fire had burned down somewhat during this part of the tale, its flames lower and more steady, casting a warm but subdued light throughout the parlour. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen and pool like dark water, and Frodo found himself imagining that they might conceal hidden passages leading down into the earth, down to places where dragons slept and treasure gleamed in the darkness. The halls of Erebor were vast beyond imagining, Bilbo continued, his voice taking on the hushed tone of one describing a cathedral or temple. Room after room stretched away into the darkness, their walls carved with intricate patterns that caught and reflected the light of my little lantern, until it seemed as if the very stone itself was alive with moving figures. The dwarves had been master craftsmen indeed, and even abandoned and empty as they were, their halls retained an echo of the glory that had once filled them. Frodo could see it in his mind's eye, that vast underground kingdom with its pillars carved like trees, and its walls decorated with scenes of ancient battles and peaceful labours. It seemed to him a place where beauty and functionality had been perfectly united, where every surface had been shaped not just to serve a purpose, but to delight the eye and lift the spirit of those who beheld it. But the deeper I went into the mountain, the more I became aware of a presence that dwarfed everything else. Bilbo's voice grew more intense, more immediate, as if he were reliving the experience rather than merely recounting it. A heat that seemed to rise from the very stones themselves, a sense of vast bulk and sleeping power that made the air thick and hard to breathe. And always, there was the smell of dragon, a scent like hot metal and sulphur and something else, something indefinably alien that spoke of appetites and desires that no mortal creature could fully understand. The parlour of Bag End suddenly seemed very small and vulnerable, its comfortable walls no more substantial than paper in the face of such power and malevolence. Frodo found himself listening not just to Bilbo's words, but to the night sounds outside, the whisper of wind, the settling of timbers, the distant hoot of an owl, as if they might carry some echo of that ancient danger into their present safety. And then, at last, I came to the heart of the mountain, to the great chamber where Smaug had made his lair. Bilbo's voice dropped to barely above a whisper, forcing Frodo to lean forward in his chair to catch every word. Nothing could have prepared me for the sight that met my eyes when I peered around the corner of that final passage and looked down into the hall of the Mountain King. He paused, drawing deeply on his pipe, and in that moment of silence the fire seemed to hold its breath, its flames frozen in anticipation of what was to come. Outside, even the wind had stilled, as if the very world were waiting to hear the description of that legendary encounter between the humblest of hobbits and the mightiest of dragons. "Gold," Bilbo said simply, and the word fell into the silence like a stone into deep water. Gold beyond counting, beyond imagining, beyond the dreams of avarice itself. It covered the floor of that vast hall like a sea of molten metal, heaped in drifts and mountains that reached almost to the ceiling, mixed with precious stones that caught my lantern light and threw it back in cascades of colour that dazzled the eye and confused the mind. Frodo gasped involuntarily, his imagination struggling to encompass such wealth, such a display of raw material abundance. In the Shire, gold was something that appeared in small coins and the occasional piece of jewellery, precious certainly, but not beyond the scope of ordinary understanding. What Bilbo described seemed to belong to the realm of fairy tales and legends, too vast and wonderful to be entirely real, and there, in the very heart of that golden sea, lay Smaug himself, Bilbo continued, his voice now carrying the full weight of awe and terror remembered. Even sleeping, he was magnificent and terrible beyond description, his scales gleaming like burnished copper in the dim light, his great bulk rising and falling with each breath like a mountain that had learned to breathe. His wings were folded along his sides like vast leather cloaks, and his neck stretched out across the treasure like a serpent of living metal, his great head resting upon a pillow of gold coins and precious gems. The silence that followed Bilbo's description of the sleeping dragon stretched long and deep, filled with the weight of anticipation and the echo of wonders almost too great for the mind to fully grasp. Frodo sat perfectly still in his chair, hardly daring to breathe, as if any sound might somehow disturb the magnificent and terrible vision that his cousin's words had painted in the air between them. The fire burned steadily in the grate, its flames casting dancing shadows on the walls of the parlour, and in those shifting patterns of light and darkness, it seemed almost possible to glimpse the gleam of dragon scales and the glitter of impossible treasure. Bilbo reached for his teacup with hands that trembled slightly, not from age or infirmity, but from the power of memory, from the act of reliving in words an experience that had transformed him from a comfortable, predictable hobbit into something altogether more complex and mysterious. The simple domestic gesture of drinking tea seemed almost absurd in the context of the tale he was telling, yet somehow it also served to anchor the story in reality, to remind both teller and listener that this was not merely legend but lived experience, as real as the chairs they sat in and the fire that warmed them. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, Bilbo continued, his voice soft with the wonder of remembrance. simply staring at Smaug, trying to comprehend the reality of his presence, the sheer overwhelming fact of his existence. All the tales I had heard, all the stories and legends that had seemed so fantastic when told around hobbit dinner tables, suddenly revealed themselves as pale shadows of a truth far more magnificent and terrible than any storyteller could convey. Frodo leaned forward in his chair, his blanket forgotten in his eagerness to hear every detail of this encounter between his cousin and the last of the great dragons. In his mind, he tried to place himself in that vast underground hall, trying to imagine what it would feel like to stand so small and vulnerable in the presence of such ancient power and malevolence. The dragon's breathing was like the rhythm of some vast forge bellows. Bilbo's words painted the scene with vivid strokes. Deep and slow and regular, each exhalation sending small ripples across the surface of the golden sea, each inhalation drawing the very air of the chamber toward that great moor. The heat that radiated from his body was like standing too close to a smith's fire, and the light that emanated from his scales gave the entire hall an otherworldly glow, as if I had descended not just into a mountain, but into some realm between dreams and nightmares. The fire in the hearth of Bag End seemed to pulse in sympathy with this description, its flames taking on deeper hues as if trying to reflect some echo of that ancient dragon fire. Outside, the night had grown deeper still, and the comfortable walls of the hobbit hole seemed suddenly fragile, no more substantial than spider webs in the face of such primal power. But I had not come so far simply to stare, Bilbo continued with a rueful chuckle that carried undertones of remembered terror. The dwarves were counting on me to prove my worth as a burglar, and standing gawking like a tourist at a particularly impressive waterfall would hardly fulfill the terms of my contract. So I forced myself to move, to creep forward across that treacherous sea of gold, trying to make no sound that might disturb the monster's slumber. Frodo held his breath as he listened, imagining the careful placement of each foot, the terror of every small sound that might betray the presence of an intruder in that sacred and terrible place. The very air of the parlour seemed to thicken with suspense, as if the act of telling the tale were somehow recreating its dangers in miniature. Moving across a dragon's hoard, I discovered, is rather like trying to walk across a hillside covered in loose shale, Bilbo observed with the dry humour that was characteristic of his nature. Every step threatens to send coins and gems cascading down in metallic avalanches. Every movement must be calculated and controlled. And always, there is the awareness that the slightest misstep might wake the creature whose treasure you are attempting to pilfer, bringing down upon your head a wrath that could melt mountains. The hobbit paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out during the intensity of his narrative, and the brief flare of the match seemed to illuminate not just his weathered features, but something deeper, some echo of the courage that had carried him through that impossible adventure. When he spoke again, his voice carried a different quality, more immediate somehow, as if he were no longer recounting a memory, but reliving it in real time. I had nearly reached the spot where I intended to make my theft, a particularly fine golden cup that sat somewhat apart from the main hoard, when Smaug's great eye opened, Bilbo said simply, and the words fell into the room like stones dropping into still water, creating ripples of tension that seemed to expand far beyond their simple meaning. Frodo's eyes widened with shock and vicarious terror, his hands clutching the arms of his chair as if he too were standing on that treacherous golden shore, exposed and vulnerable beneath the gaze of the most dangerous creature in Middle-earth. The comfortable parlour around them seemed to fade away, replaced by the vast and terrible chamber where such impossible dramas were played out. Not both eyes, mind you, Bilbo clarified with the precision of one who had observed every detail of a moment that would be burned into his memory forever. Just one eye, opening slowly like a red sunrise over a landscape of molten copper, fixing itself upon me with an intelligence so ancient and alien that for a moment I forgot how to breathe, how to think, how to be anything but a tiny creature caught in the web of a power infinitely greater than anything I had ever imagined. The fire crackled and spat, sending up a shower of sparks that seemed to carry with them echoes of that terrible awakening, and for a moment the shadows on the walls of Bag End writhed and danced as if they were the shadows cast by dragon wings in the depths of the lonely mountain. "Well, thief!" Bilbo's voice changed as he quoted the dragon's words, taking on a deeper, more resonant quality that seemed to fill the parlour with echoes of vast spaces and ancient malice. "I smell you and feel your air. I hear your breath. I feel your fear. Where are you?" And though I was terrified beyond description, though every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to run, to hide, to do anything but engage in conversation with a creature that could incinerate me with a single breath, I found myself answering. Frodo leaned forward even further, his entire being focused on this crucial moment in the tale, this point where his comfortable, respectable cousin had faced down the most terrible of dragons, not with sword or spear, but with words alone. It seemed to him the very essence of hobbit courage, not the flashy heroics of warriors and knights, but the quiet determination to do what must be done, even when every fibre of one's being is screaming in terror. "I spoke in riddles, as one must when dealing with dragons," Bilbo continued, his voice taking on the cadence of one recounting a formal duel fought with words instead of weapons. "For dragons are creatures of immense intelligence and vast cunning, and they take pride in their ability to unravel the most complex verbal puzzles. To speak plainly to a dragon is to show either disrespect or stupidity, either of which is likely to result in a very brief and very warm conclusion to the conversation." The concept fascinated Frodo, this idea that one could fence with a dragon using nothing but wit and wordplay, turning the creature's own pride and intelligence into weapons to be used against it. It seemed a very hobbit-like approach to an impossible problem, the kind of solution that relied on cleverness rather than strength, on understanding one's opponent rather than simply trying to overpower them. "I come from under the hill, and under the hills and over the hills my paths led," Bilbo recited, his voice taking on the formal cadence of the riddle game. "And through the air. I am he that walks unseen. I am the lucky number. I am he that buries his friends alive and drowns them and draws them alive again from the water. I came from the end of a bag, but no bag went over me." The riddles rolled off his tongue with practised ease, yet beneath their playful surface Frodo could hear the deadly serious nature of the exchange, the knowledge that every word was a gambit in a game where the stakes were nothing less than life and death. Each answer was both revelation and concealment, truth and misdirection woven together with the skill of a master craftsman. Smaug listened to my riddles with the attention that such creatures give to puzzles worthy of their intellect, Bilbo continued, his voice carrying notes of grudging respect for his draconic adversary. His great head lifted from its resting place among the golden coins, and his neck stretched out toward me like a serpent investigating an interesting scent. When he spoke, his voice filled the entire chamber, not with volume but with presence, as if the very stones themselves were vibrating with the power of his words. The fire in the hearth seemed to respond to this description, its flames leaping higher as if eager to participate in the ancient duel between burglar and dragon. The comfortable parlour of Bag End was filled now with a sense of vast spaces and terrible powers, as if the act of retelling the story had somehow opened a window between the present moment and that legendary encounter in the depths of the lonely mountain. "Your riddles are not hard, barrel rider," Bilbo quoted, his voice taking on again the deep resonant quality of the dragon's speech. "You came from Lake Town by the barrels of the wood elves, but lucky numbers, that is more interesting. 5 times is your right name, Sting is in your hand, and you have luck about you. Yet you choose to speak in riddles to Smaug the Mighty. Surely you have a name, O lucky number." The exchange continued, each riddle and response building upon the last, creating a complex web of meaning and misdirection that seemed to transform the very air between dragon and burglar into something charged with possibility and danger. Frodo found himself holding his breath as he listened, caught up in the deadly dance of wit and will that his cousin was describing. But it was when I mentioned the barrels that I realised I had made my first serious mistake. Bilbo's voice carried a note of rueful self-awareness. For Smaug was no mere beast driven by instinct and appetite. He was intelligent, cunning, and possessed of a network of spies and informants that stretched throughout the regions around the Lonely Mountain. My arrival had not gone unnoticed, and my path could be traced by one who knew how to read the signs. The hobbit paused to sip his tea, and in that moment of silence Frodo could almost feel the weight of the dragon's intelligence pressing down upon them, the sense of being studied and analysed by a mind that was both alien and brilliant, ancient and utterly ruthless in its pursuit of knowledge and advantage. "I know the smell and taste of dwarf. No one better," Bilbo continued his quotation, his voice growing darker and more menacing as he channeled the dragon's words. "No one better? But what of this barrel rider and lucky number? Your smell is not wholly unfamiliar. Go on. You have nice manners for a thief and a liar. You seem familiar with my name, but I don't seem to remember smelling you before. Who are you, and where do you come from, may I ask?" The question hung in the air like smoke from the fire, carrying with it all the deadly curiosity of a creature whose interest in the answer was both intellectual and predatory. Frodo could imagine his cousin standing there in that vast golden hall, trying to navigate between the twin dangers of revealing too much and failing to satisfy the dragon's curiosity entirely. "It was then that I made what was perhaps my greatest mistake of the entire encounter," Bilbo said with a shake of his head, his expression rueful but also tinged with a kind of resigned amusement. "Pride, you see, is not a failing exclusive to dragons, though they have certainly elevated it to an art form. When Smaug pressed me for my identity, when he challenged my credentials as a burglar worthy of his attention, I found myself boasting in a way that would have horrified my more sensible hobbit relatives." Frodo smiled despite the tension of the tale, recognising in this admission something fundamentally hobbit-like, the way pride could overcome prudence even in the most dangerous of circumstances. It made his cousin's achievement seem somehow more real, more human, to know that even in the face of such overwhelming danger, he had still been subject to the ordinary vanities and weaknesses that afflicted all mortal creatures. "I am the clue-finder, the web-cutter, the stinging fly," Bilbo recited, his voice taking on the rhythm of boastful verse. "I was chosen for the lucky number. I am he that buries his friends alive and drowns them and draws them alive again from the water. I came from the end of a bag, but no bag went over me. I am the friend of bears and the guest of eagles. I am ring winner and luck wearer, and I am barrel rider." The litany of titles and achievements rolled off his tongue with practised ease, yet Frodo could hear beneath their surface the very real pride of someone who had accomplished impossible things, who had walked through dangers that would have destroyed lesser folk and emerged not just alive, but triumphant. Each title carried with it a story, an adventure, a moment when courage had triumphed over fear and wit over overwhelming odds. Smaug listened to my boasting with what I can only describe as amused attention, Bilbo continued, his voice carrying notes of remembered embarrassment. Like a cat listening to the squeaking of a particularly entertaining mouse, interested in the performance, but never losing sight of the inevitable conclusion. When I finished my recitation, he laughed. And let me tell you, my dear Frodo, the laughter of a dragon is not a sound that any creature should have to endure twice in a lifetime. The fire seemed to shudder at this description, its flames drawing back as if reluctant to even imagine such a sound. Outside, the wind had picked up again, sending the last leaves of autumn rattling against the windows of Bag End, and the comfortable walls of the hobbit hole seemed suddenly fragile, no more substantial than paper in the face of such ancient and terrible mirth. "Lovely titles," Bilbo quoted, his voice capturing something of the dragon's mocking amusement. "But lucky numbers don't always come off. I know that song, I have heard it before. I know the smell of dwarf, no one better. Revenge? Revenge. The king under the mountain is dead, and where are his kin that dare seek revenge? Girion, lord of Dale, is dead, and I have eaten his people like a wolf among sheep, and where are his sons' sons that dare approach Smaug the mighty? I kill where I wish, and none dare resist. I laid low the warriors of old, and their like is not in the world today. Then I was young and tender, now I am old and strong, thief in the shadows. The words seemed to fill the parlour with echoes of ancient battles and long-dead kingdoms, with the weight of years beyond counting and the accumulated power of a creature that had outlived civilizations and seen empires crumble to dust. Frodo found himself gripping the arms of his chair, overwhelmed by the sheer presence that Bilbo's words conjured, the sense of standing in the shadow of something so vast and ancient that mortal minds could barely comprehend its magnitude. But even in the grip of such terror, even faced with the full force of Smaug's malice and power, I found myself able to think, to observe, to notice details that would prove crucial in the days to come. Bilbo's voice took on a different quality now, more analytical, carrying the satisfaction of one who had managed to keep his wits about him, even in the most extreme circumstances. For you see, my dear Frodo, dragons may be creatures of immense power and intelligence, but they are also creatures of vanity and pride, and these very qualities can sometimes be turned against them by those clever enough to exploit them. The observation struck Frodo as profoundly wise, the kind of insight that could only come from someone who had faced such impossible odds, and not only survived but prevailed. It spoke to something fundamental about the nature of power itself, the way that great strength could sometimes become a weakness when it bred overconfidence and contempt for smaller, seemingly weaker opponents, as Smaug boasted and threatened, as he told me in loving detail about all the destruction he had wrought and all the kingdoms he had laid waste. I noticed something that filled me with a mixture of hope and terror, Bilbo continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. For all his power, for all his seeming invincibility, the dragon bore upon his body the marks of ancient battles, scars and wounds that spoke of conflicts with foes mighty enough to leave their mark upon his seemingly impenetrable hide. Frodo leaned forward eagerly, sensing that they were approaching one of the crucial moments in the tale, one of those details that would prove to be more important than anyone could have imagined at the time. The fire crackled approvingly, its flames dancing higher as if eager to illuminate this moment of discovery. "Oh, but most importantly," Bilbo said, his voice carrying the satisfaction of one who had solved a puzzle that had seemed impossible, "I noticed that on his left breast, just above where a man's heart would be, there was a place where the scales did not quite meet, a small gap in his armour that revealed the soft flesh beneath. It was not large, hardly bigger than the palm of my hand, but in a creature whose hide was otherwise proof against the mightiest weapons, even such a small weakness was significant beyond measure. The revelation hung in the air between them like a gift waiting to be unwrapped, and Frodo felt his heart racing with the implications of what his cousin had discovered. In his mind he could see that vast and terrible form, could imagine the careful observation that would have been required to notice such a small detail, while standing in the presence of such overwhelming power and malice. I did not linger long after making this discovery, Bilbo continued with characteristic understatement. Dragons, I had learned, are creatures whose attention is both flattering and deadly, and I had no desire to test the limits of Smaug's patience any further than I already had. I made my excuses, gathered up the golden cup I'd come to steal, and retreated as quickly and quietly as dignity would allow. The fire began to burn lower in the grate, its flames settling into the steady hypnotic rhythm that spoke of deep night and the comfortable weariness that comes after great tales have been told. Yet there was something in Bilbo's manner that suggested the story was far from over, that the encounter in the dragon's lair had been only the beginning of an adventure whose consequences would ripple outward like stones cast into still water. But Smaug, as I was soon to learn, was not a creature to let such an insult go unpunished. Bilbo's voice took on a more serious tone, carrying warnings of trials yet to come. The theft of even a single cup from his hoard was an affront that demanded response, and his response was swift, terrible, and far-reaching in its consequences. For dragons, you see, are not just creatures of individual power, but forces of nature in their own right, and when such forces are set in motion, the effects can be felt across entire regions. The comfortable parlour of Bag End seemed to hold its breath as Bilbo spoke these words, as if the very walls were aware that they were hearing not just a story, but a piece of living history, a first-hand account of events that had shaped the fate of kingdoms and the destinies of peoples. Outside, the night was deep and still, and the stars looked down with the cold patience of witnesses to all the dramas that had ever unfolded beneath their ancient light. The fire that followed, the destruction of Lake Town, the death of the dragon, and all the consequences that flowed from those events, Bilbo said softly, his voice carrying the weight of remembered sorrow for all the lives that had been lost and all the suffering that had followed in the wake of his small act of burglary. Those are tales for another time, when the fire has burned lower and our hearts are prepared for darker waters. For now, let us pause and consider the strange workings of fate, the way that the smallest actions can have the greatest consequences, and the price that is sometimes paid for even the most necessary victories. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, their red hearts pulsing like the slow breathing of some sleeping creature, casting warm but subdued light throughout the parlour of Bag End. The shadows had grown longer and deeper, pooling in the corners of the room like dark water, yet somehow they seemed less threatening now, more like old friends gathering close to listen to the conclusion of a tale that had held them spellbound through the long evening hours. Bilbo sat quietly in his chair, his pipe cold between his fingers, his eyes reflecting the ember glow as he contemplated the weight of memory and the curious workings of fate that had brought a simple hobbit face to face with the last of the great dragons. Beside him, Frodo had settled deeper into his blanket, his young face serious with the gravity of all he had heard, yet peaceful too, as if the very act of sharing these ancient stories had brought him a kind of comfort that went beyond mere entertainment. "The death of Smaug," Bilbo said at last, his voice soft with the reverence that comes when speaking of momentous events, was not the clean, heroic ending that the bards sing about in their tavern songs. It was messy and tragic and shot through with ironies that would have amused the dragon himself had he lived to appreciate them. For in the end, it was not the strength of warriors or the wisdom of kings that brought him down, but the courage of a simple man and the knowledge that a foolish hobbit had stumbled upon quite by accident. Frodo stirred slightly in his chair, his attention sharpening at this transition from the personal tale of his cousin's adventure to the broader history that had followed in its wake. He could sense that they were approaching the climax of the dragon's story, the moment when all the threads of fate and chance and heroism would come together in ways that none of the participants could have foreseen. After my escape from the Lonely Mountain, after the theft of the Golden Cup and my rather too revealing conversation with Smaug, things began to move with the terrible inevitability of an avalanche, Bilbo continued, his words painting the scene with broad strokes that captured both the grandeur and the horror of what was to come. The dragon's rage was like nothing I had ever witnessed or imagined, a fury so pure and concentrated that it seemed to set the very air on fire, transforming the peaceful evening into something from the darkest nightmares of mortal men. The coals in the grate pulsed brighter for a moment, as if responding to the memory of that ancient wrath, and the comfortable parlour seemed to echo with distant thunder, the sound of great wings beating against the night sky. Outside, the wind had risen again, sending the bare branches of the trees scratching against the windows like skeletal fingers seeking entrance to the warmth and safety within. Smaug emerged from the mountain like a living storm. Bilbo's voice took on the cadence of epic poetry, the rhythm of events so momentous that ordinary prose seemed inadequate to contain them. His roar shook the foundations of Erebor itself, and his passage through the night sky was marked by a trail of flame that could be seen from leagues away, a burning scar across the darkness that spoke of vengeance and destruction beyond measure. Frodo could picture it in his mind's eye, that terrible emergence from the depths of the earth, the moment when the relative peace of the northern lands was shattered by the awakening of powers that had slumbered too long and grown too angry in their dreaming. It seemed to him a scene from the very end of the world, when all the careful constructions of civilization would be swept away by forces too primal and terrible to be contained or reasoned with. His destination was Lake Town, the settlement that had grown up on the long lake in the shadow of the Lonely Mountain, Bilbo continued, his voice heavy with sorrow for events he had set in motion but been powerless to prevent. The people there were descendants of those who had once lived in Dale, the great city that Smaug had destroyed in his first assault on Erebor. They were fishermen and merchants, traders and craftsmen, folk who had learned to live with the dragon's presence by the simple expedient of never doing anything to attract his attention. The hobbit paused to add another log to the fire, stirring the coals with a poker until they blazed up bright and warm, pushing back the shadows that had begun to gather too closely around their circle of comfort. The ritual was a familiar one, performed countless times over the years, yet tonight it seemed to carry deeper significance, a defiant assertion of warmth and light against the cold darkness of the world beyond their walls. But my theft had changed all that, he continued, settling back into his chair with a sigh that carried the weight of old guilt and older sorrow. Smaug knew that the cup could not have walked away on its own, knew that somewhere in the region there were those who dared to covet his treasure and plot against his peace. In his rage and his pride, he chose to punish not just the thieves themselves, but all who might have aided or sheltered them. Frodo felt his heart heavy with the implications of this revelation, the understanding that his cousin's brave adventure had come at a cost paid not by himself, but by innocent folk who had done nothing more than live too close to a dragon's mountain. It was a hard lesson about the nature of heroism, the way that even necessary actions could have consequences that rippled outward in ways that no one could foresee or control. "The death of Smaug," Bilbo said at last, his voice soft with the reverence that comes when speaking of momentous events, was not the clean, heroic ending that the bards sing about in their tavern songs. It was messy and tragic and shot through with ironies that would have amused the dragon himself had he lived to appreciate them. For in the end, it was not the strength of warriors or the wisdom of kings that brought him down, but the courage of a simple man and the knowledge that a foolish hobbit had stumbled upon quite by accident. Frodo stirred slightly in his chair, his attention sharpening at this transition from the personal tale of his cousin's adventure to the broader history that had followed in its wake. He could sense that they were approaching the climax of the dragon's story, the moment when all the threads of fate and chance and heroism would come together in ways that none of the participants could have foreseen. After my escape from the Lonely Mountain, after the theft of the Golden Cup and my rather too revealing conversation with Smaug, things began to move with the terrible inevitability of an avalanche, Bilbo continued, his words painting the scene with broad strokes that captured both the grandeur and the horror of what was to come. The dragon's rage was like nothing I had ever witnessed or imagined, a fury so pure and concentrated that it seemed to set the very air on fire, transforming the peaceful evening into something from the darkest nightmares of mortal men. The coals in the grate pulsed brighter for a moment, as if responding to the memory of that ancient wrath, and the comfortable parlour seemed to echo with distant thunder, the sound of great wings beating against the night sky. Outside, the wind had risen again, sending the bare branches of the trees scratching against the windows like skeletal fingers seeking entrance to the warmth and safety within. Smaug emerged from the mountain like a living storm. Bilbo's voice took on the cadence of epic poetry, the rhythm of events so momentous that ordinary prose seemed inadequate to contain them. His roar shook the foundations of Erebor itself, and his passage through the night sky was marked by a trail of flame that could be seen from leagues away, a burning scar across the darkness that spoke of vengeance and destruction beyond measure. Frodo could picture it in his mind's eye, that terrible emergence from the depths of the earth, the moment when the relative peace of the northern lands was shattered by the awakening of powers that had slumbered too long and grown too angry in their dreaming. It seemed to him a scene from the very end of the world, when all the careful constructions of civilization would be swept away by forces too primal and terrible to be contained or reasoned with. His destination was Lake Town, the settlement that had grown up on the long lake in the shadow of the Lonely Mountain, Bilbo continued, his voice heavy with sorrow for events he had set in motion but been powerless to prevent. The people there were descendants of those who had once lived in Dale, the great city that Smaug had destroyed in his first assault on Erebor. They were fishermen and merchants, traders and craftsmen, folk who had learned to live with the dragon's presence by the simple expedient of never doing anything to attract his attention. The hobbit paused to add another log to the fire, stirring the coals with a poker until they blazed up bright and warm, pushing back the shadows that had begun to gather too closely around their circle of comfort. The ritual was a familiar one, performed countless times over the years, yet tonight it seemed to carry deeper significance, a defiant assertion of warmth and light against the cold darkness of the world beyond their walls. But my theft had changed all that, he continued, settling back into his chair with a sigh that carried the weight of old guilt and older sorrow. Smaug knew that the cup could not have walked away on its own, knew that somewhere in the region there were those who dared to covet his treasure and plot against his peace. In his rage and his pride, he chose to punish not just the thieves themselves, but all who might have aided or sheltered them. Frodo felt his heart heavy with the implications of this revelation, the understanding that his cousin's brave adventure had come at a cost paid not by himself, but by innocent folk who had done nothing more than live too close to a dragon's mountain. It was a hard lesson about the nature of heroism, the way that even necessary actions could have consequences that rippled outward in ways that no one could foresee or control. The people of Lake Town saw him coming, of course. Bilbo's voice carried the weight of inevitable tragedy. How could they not, when the very sky was on fire above their heads, and the sound of his approach was like the thunder of doom itself? Some fled, taking to boats and heading for the safety of the far shores, but many remained, whether from courage or despair, or simple inability to believe that such destruction could truly be meant for them. The fire crackled and spat, sending up small sparks that seemed to carry with them echoes of that night of fire and terror, and the comfortable parlour of Bag End was filled with the sense of vast distances and ancient sorrows, as if the very act of telling the tale had opened a window between the present moment and that legendary night when the last great dragon of the north came calling with flame and fury. But among those who stayed was Bard the bowman. Bilbo's voice took on a different quality now, carrying notes of respect and admiration that cut through the darkness of the tale like a blade of light. He was a descendant of the ancient kings of Dale, though few knew it then, and he bore within his veins the blood of Girion, who had fallen defending his city when Smaug first came out of the north. In his hands was a great bow, black and strong, and in his quiver was an arrow that his family had kept for generations, waiting for the day when it might at last find its mark. Frodo leaned forward eagerly, sensing that they were approaching the moment of climax, the point where all the threads of the story would come together in ways that would transform tragedy into triumph, defeat into victory. He could almost see that lone figure standing on the walls of Lake Town, bow in hand, facing down a force that had already destroyed kingdoms and laid waste to armies. The Black Arrow, it was called, Bilbo continued, his voice taking on the reverence reserved for legendary weapons and ancient artifacts. Wrought in the forges of Dale in the days when that city was great and proud, tempered with craft and skill that had been lost to the world for generations. It had been made for one purpose only, though its makers could not have known it at the time, to find the heart of a dragon when all other weapons had failed. The description of the arrow seemed to fill the air between them with possibility and hope, the sense that even in the darkest moments, when all seemed lost and destruction inevitable, there might yet be tools and weapons that could turn the tide of battle. It was a comforting thought for a hobbit sitting safe by his own hearth, yet it also carried the weight of responsibility, the understanding that such weapons were useless without the courage to wield them. Smaug came upon Lake Town like a hurricane of fire and malice. Bilbo's words painted the scene with vivid strokes. His flames swept across the wooden buildings like wildfire through dry grass, and his claws tore through the docks and warehouses as if they were made of paper. The lake itself began to steam and bubble under the heat of his breath, and the very air became so thick with smoke and ash that breathing was like drowning in fire. The parlour seemed to grow warmer as he spoke, the fire in the grate burning more brightly, and Frodo found himself unconsciously pulling his blanket more closely around himself. Not from cold, but from the instinctive need for protection that comes when hearing of great dangers and terrible destructions. But Bard stood firm upon the walls of his town, Bilbo continued, his voice rising slightly with the drama of the moment. Even as the flames licked around him, Even as the very stones beneath his feet began to crack and crumble from the heat, he held his position and waited for his moment. For he knew, as warriors know, that one shot was all he would be given, one chance to strike before the dragon's attention turned to him, and his brief life was ended in fire and fury. The tension in the room was palpable now, the air thick with anticipation, as if the outcome of that ancient battle were still in doubt, as if the right words spoken at the right moment might yet change the course of history and save the innocent folk of Lake Town from their fiery doom. And then, in the moment when all seemed lost, when the dragon turned his great head toward the wall where Bard stood and prepared to unleash the full force of his wrath upon this last defiant mortal, I saw something that I had not dared to hope for. Bilbo's voice carried a note of wonder and gratitude that seemed to come from the very depths of his being. The weak spot that I had observed during my conversation with Smaug, the small gap in his armour where the scales did not quite meet, was turned toward Bard's position, exposed and vulnerable for just one crucial moment. Frodo's eyes widened with understanding and excitement as he realised the full significance of this revelation. The way that his cousin's careful observation during that terrifying encounter had provided the key that would unlock the dragon's doom. It was a perfect example of the way that small actions could have great consequences, the way that even the most humble contribution could prove crucial in the great dramas of the world. Bard saw it too, Bilbo continued, his voice now carrying the rhythm of the archer's art, the careful timing that separates the master from the merely skilled. His eye, trained by years of hunting and warfare, caught the gleam of soft flesh where hard scales should have been, and in that instant he knew that fate had granted him his chance. The black arrow sang from his bow like a bird flying home to its nest, straight and true, and guided by all the skill and desperation that mortal men can summon when everything they love hangs in the balance. The fire in the hearth seemed to hold its breath as Bilbo spoke these words, its flames frozen in anticipation of the outcome, and the very air of the parlour seemed to vibrate with tension, as if the walls themselves were witnesses to this moment of supreme drama. "The arrow found its mark," Bilbo said simply, and the words fell into the silence like stones dropping into deep water. Straight through that small gap in the dragon's armour it flew, piercing the heart that had beaten for centuries uncounted, ending at last the long reign of Smaug the Mighty, Smaug the Impenetrable, Smaug the Unassailable. The last of the great fire drakes fell from the sky like a burning mountain, crashing into the waters of the long lake with such force that the waves reached nearly to the distant shores. Frodo let out a long breath that he had not realised he was holding, his entire body relaxing as the tension of the battle was finally released. Yet even in his relief at the dragon's death, he felt a strange sadness, a sense of loss for something magnificent and terrible that had passed out of the world forever, leaving it somehow smaller and more ordinary in its absence. The destruction was immense, Bilbo continued, his voice heavy with the weight of consequences and the cost of even necessary victories. Lake Town was utterly ruined, its buildings burned to ash, its docks reduced to charred timber floating on the steaming waters. Many died in that final battle, good folk who deserved better than to become casualties in a war between dragons and dwarves, between the greed of one and the vengeance of others. The hobbit sat quietly for a moment, contemplating the price that had been paid for the dragon's defeat, the innocent lives that had been lost in the pursuit of justice and the recovery of ancient treasures. It was a sobering reminder that even in tales of heroism and adventure, victory came with costs that were not always borne by those who had chosen to fight. Yet from that destruction came also renewal, he said at last, his voice carrying notes of hope and the promise of better things to come. The death of Smaug freed the region from the shadow that had lain over it for 60 years, allowed life and trade and normal human concerns to flourish once again in places where they had been forbidden by the dragon's presence. Dale was rebuilt, greater and more beautiful than before, and the kingdom under the mountain was restored to its former glory. Frodo smiled at this turn toward happier outcomes, the way that even the greatest tragedies could contain within them the seeds of future joy and prosperity. It was a comforting thought, the idea that destruction might sometimes be necessary to clear the way for new growth, that even dragons might serve a purpose in the great pattern of the world. But perhaps most importantly, Bilbo continued, his voice growing thoughtful and philosophical, the death of Smaug marked the end of an age, the passing of the last remnant of the great powers that had shaped the world in its youth. No longer would kings and kingdoms need to fear the sudden appearance of dragon fire on their horizons. No longer would great hoards of treasure lie protected by creatures too terrible for mortal armies to challenge. The fire in the grate had burned down again during this part of the tale, its flames settling into the steady hypnotic rhythm that spoke of deep night and the comfortable tiredness that comes after great stories have been told. The parlour of Bag End seemed to breathe with contentment, its walls holding close the warmth and wisdom that had been shared within them. The world became a smaller place after Smaug's death, Bilbo mused, his words carrying both regret and relief in equal measure. Safer, certainly, more predictable, more suited to the concerns of ordinary folk going about their ordinary business. Yet something was lost, too. Some element of wonder and terror that had kept the world interesting, that had reminded all who dwelt in it that there were still mysteries to be uncovered and powers to be reckoned with. Frodo nodded thoughtfully, understanding something of what his cousin meant, recognising the bittersweet nature of such changes. It was like growing up, he supposed, the way that safety and knowledge could make the world more comfortable, but also somehow less magical, less filled with infinite possibility. And now, Bilbo said softly, his voice taking on the gentle cadence of one preparing to bring a long tale to its close, the dragons are gone from Middle-earth, their fires extinguished and their voices silenced forever. What remains of them lives only in memory and story, in the tales we tell by warm firesides on cold nights, when the wind reminds us that the world is vast and full of wonders we can barely imagine. The coals in the hearth pulsed one last time with bright heat, as if offering their own tribute to the memory of their greater cousins, who had once set the very sky ablaze with their passing, and then settled into the gentle glow that would carry them through the remainder of the night, keeping watch over the sleeping household like faithful guardians of warmth and light. The fire had burned low in the hearth of Bag End, its flames reduced now to gentle tongues of blue and gold that danced lazily above the glowing coals, casting a warm amber light throughout the parlour that seemed to hold within it all the accumulated wisdom and wonder of the evening's tales. The shadows had grown long and soft, no longer the sharp-edged darkness of mystery and danger, but the comfortable dimness of a room where stories had been shared and hearts had been opened to the ancient magic that flows between teller and listener when the night is deep and the world outside seems very far away. Frodo had settled deeper into his chair, his blanket pulled up almost to his chin, his young face peaceful and contemplative in the firelight. The weight of all he had heard seemed to rest gently upon him now, not as a burden, but as a gift, the kind of treasure that grows more precious with time and can never be stolen or lost no matter what fortunes may come. His eyes, bright with reflected flames, gazed into the dying fire as if he could see within its depths all the dragons that had ever been, all the golden hoards and ancient battles, all the courage and folly that had shaped the long history of Middle-earth. Bilbo sat quietly in his own chair, his pipe cold and forgotten in his lap, his weathered hands folded peacefully over his comfortable waistcoat. The telling of the tale had tired him in the way that only the deepest sharing can tire a person, the exhaustion that comes not from physical effort, but from opening one's heart to another and laying bare the experiences that had shaped the very core of one's being. Yet there was satisfaction in that tiredness too, the contentment of a duty well performed and a story properly told. "And so we come to the end of our dragon tales," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he were reluctant to break the spell that had settled over the room like a blessing. From Glaurung the Golden to Smaug the Mighty, from the ancient days when the world was young and full of wonders to these quieter times when dragons live only in memory and dream, it has been a long journey through fire and shadow, through courage and sorrow, through the great deeds of heroes and the simple choices of ordinary folk who found themselves called to do extraordinary things. The wind outside had died away to nothing, leaving the night perfectly still and silent, as if all the world were holding its breath and listening to these final words. Through the round windows of the hobbit hole the stars looked down with their ancient patience, the same stars that had witnessed the first awakening of dragons in the pits of Angband, and the last flight of Smaug over the waters of the Long Lake. But perhaps, Bilbo continued, his voice taking on the gentle cadence of one who speaks more to himself than to any listener, the most important thing about dragons is not the destruction they caused, or the treasures they hoarded, not the fear they inspired, or the heroes they created, but what they represented in the great pattern of the world. For dragons, you see, were creatures of pure desire, of appetite unchecked by wisdom or compassion, and in their terrible magnificence they showed us both the glory and the danger of wanting something too much. Frodo stirred slightly, his attention caught by this philosophical turn in his cousin's words. Even in his drowsy state he could sense that Bilbo was offering him something more than just entertainment, some deeper wisdom distilled from years of experience and reflection. Every heart harbours its own small dragon, the older hobbit mused, his eyes fixed on the glowing coals as if he could read prophecies in their red depths. Some hidden appetite or secret desire that grows and grows in the darkness of our thoughts, feeding on our dreams and our fears until it becomes large enough to consume everything we hold dear. The challenge is not to slay these inner dragons, for desire itself is not evil, but to tame them, to channel their fire into purposes worthy of the flame. The coals pulsed gently in the grate, their heat warming the air just enough to keep the autumn chill at bay, and the comfortable parlour seemed to expand around them, becoming a place that existed somehow outside of time, where wisdom could be shared without haste, and stories could unfold at their own natural pace. "I think," Frodo said quietly, his voice soft with sleep and wonder, "that perhaps the real treasure was never the gold at all. Perhaps it was the courage to face the dragons, the willingness to step outside the comfortable boundaries of home and safety, and venture into the unknown places where such creatures dwell." Bilbo smiled, an expression of deep pride and affection crossing his weathered features. "Spoken like a true Baggins," he said warmly. "Or perhaps I should say, like a true Took, for there's something of the old Took fire in that observation, something that recognises adventure not as an end in itself, but as a means of discovering what we're truly capable of when the comfortable certainties of life are stripped away." The fire crackled softly, sending up a few final sparks that climbed toward the chimney like wishes ascending to the stars, and the two hobbits sat in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in his own thoughts and dreams. Outside, Bag End slumbered peacefully in its garden, protected by the ancient magic that surrounds all homes where love dwells and stories are cherished, where the hearth fire burns bright against the darkness, and the door is always open to friends. "I've been thinking," Bilbo said at last, his voice taking on a more practical tone, though it still carried undertones of the mystical and the profound, about the nature of inheritance, about what we pass down from one generation to the next. Gold and silver, houses and lands, books and furniture, these are all well and good, and necessary too, but they are not the most important things we leave behind. He gestured vaguely at the comfortable clutter of the parlour, the accumulated possessions of a long and prosperous life, and Frodo followed his gaze, seeing with new eyes the maps and books, the comfortable chairs and well-worn rugs, all the material evidence of his cousin's adventures and achievements. "The real inheritance," Bilbo continued, his voice growing warmer and more intimate, "is the stories themselves, the memories and experiences that shape us and make us who we are. These dragon tales, the wisdom they contain, the courage they celebrate, the warnings they whisper about the price of unchecked desire. These are treasures that grow more valuable with each telling, gifts that multiply when they are shared rather than diminishing." Frodo nodded sleepily, understanding instinctively the truth of what his cousin was saying. He thought about all the tales he had heard over the years, not just tonight's dragon stories, but all the smaller narratives that made up the fabric of family history. Stories of his parents, of the great storm that had blown down the party tree, of the year when the river froze solid and all of Hobbiton went skating on its surface. And the beautiful thing about such inheritance, Bilbo went on, his voice taking on the rhythm of a lullaby, gentle and soothing and filled with love, is that it cannot be stolen by thieves or destroyed by fire or lost through carelessness. Once a story has been properly told and truly heard, it becomes part of the listener's heart, woven into the very fabric of their being, ready to be shared again when the time is right and the audience is worthy. The fire had burned down to mere embers now, glowing coals that pulsed like sleeping hearts in the darkness of the grate. The room was filled with that particular peace that comes only in the deep hours of the night, when the day's worries have been set aside and the soul is free to wander in the realm of dreams and possibilities. "I think," Frodo murmured, his voice drowsy with approaching sleep, "that dragons are not really gone from the world at all. They've just changed form, become something different, something that lives in our stories and our dreams rather than in mountain lairs and treasure hoards. Perhaps that's where they always truly belonged, in the realm of imagination where they can be both terrible and beautiful, without causing actual harm to anyone." "Now there's a thought worthy of a scholar," Bilbo said softly, his voice filled with affection and approval. "Dragons as creatures of story rather than flesh and scale, living in the realm of symbol and meaning where they can teach us about ourselves without burning down our cities or devouring our livestock. It's a comforting notion, the idea that even the most dangerous powers can be transformed through the alchemy of narrative into sources of wisdom rather than destruction." He rose carefully from his chair, his movements quiet and deliberate so as not to disturb the peaceful atmosphere that had settled over the room. From a shelf near the fireplace he took down a small wooden box, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the ember light, and from it he withdrew something that glinted softly in his palm. "I have something for you," he said gently, returning to his seat and holding out his hand to show Frodo what he had retrieved. A small token, nothing too grand or valuable by the standards of dragon hoards, but perhaps meaningful in its own small way. In his palm lay a single dragon scale, no larger than a gold coin, but infinitely more precious, its surface catching and reflecting the firelight in ways that seemed to defy the ordinary laws of illumination. It was deep green shot through with veins of gold, and when Frodo looked at it closely he could almost imagine that he saw tiny flames dancing within its crystalline structure. "Is it really?" Frodo breathed, his eyes wide with wonder and awe. "A scale from Smaug himself," Bilbo confirmed with a gentle smile. "It fell when he shifted his great bulk during our conversation, and I couldn't resist taking it as a memento. I had thought to sell it at first, for even a single dragon scale would have been worth a king's ransom to the right collector. But I found that I couldn't part with it. It seemed to contain too much history, too much meaning, to be reduced to mere monetary value." He placed the scale gently in Frodo's palm, and the young hobbit felt a strange warmth emanate from it. Not the physical heat of fire, but something deeper and more mysterious, as if the scale retained some echo of the great creature from which it had come, some memory of ancient power and primordial flame. "But why give it to me?" Frodo asked, his voice hushed with reverence for the gift he had been offered. "Because you understand what it truly represents," Bilbo replied simply. "Not just the physical proof of a dragon's existence, but a symbol of all the stories we've shared tonight, all the wisdom and wonder that can be passed from one generation to the next. Keep it safe, my dear boy, not locked away in a box like a miser's treasure, but carried with you as a reminder of the magic that still exists in the world if we only have the eyes to see it and the courage to seek it out." Frodo closed his fingers carefully around the scale, feeling its smooth surface and subtle warmth against his skin. It seemed to pulse gently with its own inner light, as if it were not just a memento, but a living link to all the dragon tales that had been told, and all those that were yet to come. "The fire is almost out," Bilbo observed, glancing at the dying embers in the grate. "Perhaps it's time we both sought our beds and let these stories settle into dreams, where they can work their own gentle magic and prepare us for whatever adventures tomorrow might bring." Frodo nodded, though he was reluctant to break the spell of the evening, to return from the realm of dragons and ancient wonders to the ordinary world of breakfast and morning chores. Yet he was tired too, tired in the best possible way. The fatigue that comes from having one's imagination stretched and one's heart open to new possibilities. "Thank you," he said simply, the words carrying far more weight than their simplicity might suggest. "For the stories, for the scale, for helping me understand that the world is so much larger and more wonderful than I ever imagined. The pleasure has been entirely mine," Bilbo replied, his voice warm with genuine affection. "There is no greater joy than sharing tales with someone who truly listens, who understands that stories are not just entertainment, but windows into the deeper truths that shape our existence. Sleep well, my dear Frodo, and may your dreams be filled with dragons, not the terrible fire-breathers of legend, but the gentle creatures of story and symbol that can teach us to be brave when bravery is needed and wise when wisdom is called for." The last embers in the grate pulsed once more, and then faded to mere glowing ash, their heat still warming the room, but their light no longer strong enough to push back the comfortable darkness that had settled over Bag End. In that gentle dimness, 2 hobbits made their way to their respective chambers, carrying with them the treasures of story and memory that would enrich their dreams and colour their waking thoughts for many days to come. And in the darkness of the dying fire, if one listened very carefully, one might almost hear the faint echo of ancient songs, the whisper of great wings, the distant sound of treasure shifting in vast underground halls where dragons once slept and dreamed their own dreams of gold and flame, and the eternal dance between desire and wisdom that shapes the hearts of all creatures, great and small, in the vast and wondrous tapestry of Middle-earth. Outside, the stars continued their ancient watch over the Shire, guardians of sleep and keepers of stories, witnesses to all the tales that had been told and all those that were yet to come, while in Bag End the embers cooled and the night deepened and the magic of dragon tales settled like a gentle blessing over all who dwelt within those comfortable story-haunted walls. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the glowing skyline of New York, the ancient stillness of Athens, the moonlit canals of Amsterdam, or the breeze-kissed coast of Rio de Janeiro? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night hold you. Let your dreams wander free. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.